Hey guys, what's going on? Flying up on here, and welcome back to Warhammer Rogue Trader. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had managed to basically stop a few ship events, to which we will need to stop a few more. But I'm going to head over to the station in order to resolve a few situations there, and hopefully by the end of today's stream, we'll have reached Minorius and start dealing with that mess. But I digress. Without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens, because we got quite a bit to do. But yeah, no, this stream we're going to be dealing with a whole bunch of stuff, so yeah, that's going to be fun. Let's see what happens. Alright, so as you're probably aware, we've dealt with this. We can go to the unidentified void ship, or we can go to Rykad Minorius, or we could go to the astropathic station. I think it is in our best interest to go deal with the astropathic station now, but I digress. Commission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Very well, I'm ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once, Your Lordship. Who the heck are these people? Alright, let's see what's going on. Oh god. Seriously? In this emergency, you're killing people? Oh boy. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a young woman steps forward. She moves towards you soundlessly, the dim light casting shadows across a mask which conceals her face. The masked cultist repeats the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
The woman's slender figure has been fitted with a metal claw. She points in your direction and gazes at you from behind her bone mask with the cold, grim eyes of an assassin. She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently, and she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers now.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
And we get the silent verdict. It is a 16 to 19 damage weapon. And Death Cult weapon gains -8 to the target's parry, equal to 2 times your agility bonus. Oh, hold on. Death Cult weapons gain the following. -8 to the target's parry. And 2% or wielder's agility bonus divided by 2 to the wielder's critical hit chance for each attack they make. This bonus stacks until the end of each round. Huh. Interesting. But the brutal strike is probably the biggest thing, given you can two-hand this weapon and just nuke people. But I digress. You have heard many stories about death cults, such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a farm of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as mortuaries of their faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles, touched by madness. Let's examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allow them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. And the captives? The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, Technomaster workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Emperor's Tarot. A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's Tarot can be a truly potent divination tool. Interesting. So this could be very handy for me, potentially. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You've experienced it before. But you walked through this scorching flame and survived. The eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. What exactly does a code like the Bloodstone Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people.
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life, if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
Cabela closes her eyes for a moment. She takes a deep breath. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
Have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
The eyes of the cultists burn bright with righteous fervor. Tell me about yourself, Cabela. Are you the leader of the Bloodstone Web, or its herald? Or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Cabela stops abruptly. She tosses a slender finger to the fresh wound on her hand, and paints the symbol of a lock across her lips in blood. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks, then?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
Cabela touches her sharp blade reverently to her lips. The captives tremble in fear at the sight of the weapon.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Give weapons to the traitors. It's time for Cabela to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Cabela motions to the other cultists. They release the captives from their restraints and place weapons in their hands. Let's see how it goes.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will be your end. The Masters demand your death.
We're gonna just move her into here. Make it the easiest way to go through. Alright. The Dex Cultist Assassin's next single target melee attack splashes blood in a 5-cell radius. This leap can be made into any occupied cell within a 3-cell radius in the Blade Dancer's line of sight. It can be made multiple times per turn, but it requires a charge spent and inflicts 1 stack of short breath on the Blade Dancer. Huh. It doesn't really specify how this goes, so... So I guess we'll start by jumping into the way here. I guess we will activate Blade Dance. Or I could do a area of effect here. We're gonna go for a cone swing here. There we go. And then we will do Blade Dance. Follow up with another jump.
The other side awaits.
And then we follow up with yet another attack here. That was ridiculous.
As the tenants demand. Death is
Done.
blessing.
That was easy. Okay, so she's got a very powerful kill potential here.
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Come to chaos!
Alright, we jump here, I guess? Yeah, so let's start with a jump. Guess we... Well, we can guarantee 2 kills by doing this.
Trust me.
There we go. Let's jump here. There we go.
No pleasure.
We will use Blade Dance here. Guarantee the hit here.
Honor ordained. The other
There we
side
go.
awaits.
So we can kill 4 enemies pretty consistently.
Out of my way!
And then it just leaves the Captive Renegade here. But she does have a pretty horrible time when attacking single target here. So we're just going to do this.
Fail.
We will then go Blade Dance.
As the tenants
Guarantee the hit there. There we go. Okay. So a single strike does a cone attack, which I'm not understanding quite accurately, but gives an example of what to do. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne, and beg his forgiveness. Camilla wipes the blood from her blades and once with motion. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin Ignatius? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinner of the bloodspun web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valencia's enemies long before the wound of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blades have also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The Vactorm swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance to Cabela. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have good reasons. The Master Arm clears their throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the righteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the bloodspun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Scourge of the seditious or not, folks are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of washes ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what the old Malak did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Heinrich takes a drag of his eho stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clean teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the bloodspun web serve you faithfully, look at. A plump old man in the rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the Arch-Enemy. The bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins and the beat in its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valencius. It seems that not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor Adalbert, your lordship. As a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor. In other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I am here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officer's chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary. Confessor, tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during the long warp journey. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the interior for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the Arch-Enemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted, the famished became the feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders. But then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the war. And what of my retinue? What do you think? I have heard, though only from a distance, the prayers the spinners offer up to him. I've seen how their deeds fill the people's heart with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The bloodspun web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the Arch-Enemy. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought the spinner into their retinue, she respected the bloodspun web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flames. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. You will be my shadow, Cabela. I will take any help I can get. Cabela's movements are slow, almost rhythmic, and she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadow of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth I am your shadow, Doma Ignatius von Valentius, an instrument of death placed in your hands by the Undying One. For it was so ordained, and so his terror forspoke. The old woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes to know that the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They're not a fitting place for his lordship. Forspoke? What do you mean? What terror? The greatest, most sacred relic of the Bloodspun Web, the Emperor's terror. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards, and perform a reading to see how portent of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I'll tell you more. Not here, not now. Who is the Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for fivefold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. And why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is the temple beneath the flagship's freight line. He has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. And where is the temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the Bloodspun Web. Her path began deep within the flagship, in the dark tunnels of the freight line. That is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. Very well. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Cabela sheaths her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Doma Ignatius. We'll speak again when the time is right. So that's going to be fun. It seems like we've got a bit of a task to explore the lower hulls of the ship, which is sure to be an interesting situation, putting it lightly. The rogue trader ship is a veritable city sailing through the void. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate the compartments on the map of the ship, which you can access through the main elevator from any compartment. We are going to hold off on doing that for the moment, but I will do it after I have gone to a certain area. Specifically, we want to go to the astropathic station, specifically, so I'm going to save under screen 4. I have no idea what Minorius has for us, but we will go with confidence to the astropathic station first. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship astropath, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Let's contact the station by Vox first. The station is not responding. Perhaps there is no one left who could respond. It's the boys' scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station, but they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as if it were across time. Servants were reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of the ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Let's send in Zachary Weiss with a squad of bodyguards. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice, and he held a telepathic conversation with him. The master of Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy. The late Choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after death. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunity to Horrors of the Warp effects, which means you are immune to the effects of suffering -5 to all your skill checks and resolve, which is nice. The psychic shriek carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came through the astropath when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm, born from the warp storm of the titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image, a dark gaping beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choir master has finally stopped screaming, the song of the immaterium has reached the Rogue Trader's wardship too. Naturally, the best way is to burn everything with fire, but we're gonna explore the station first. A brief, chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the immaterium's energy poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled at the black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and the darkness that would devour Astronomican's light. Let's burn everything. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their hope. And we're going to go to the unidentified void ship next. We're going to save here. And let's go cleanse the void ship here. The Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Ravlor addresses you. Have we here, Lord Cap? It's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went down to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, and there's incoming transmission now too. Hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? The Vox relay is a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor, protect us. Lord Captain, I'm told our others can't determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there's an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within the asteroid field near the Rykad Minorius that is refusing help. Which, not to put too fine point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Rather, can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. Connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. Oh, we're done for. This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private transit vessel. A merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. When did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Bravor. Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the energies are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they could barely manage to limp away. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? You make out a hoarse and furious whisper, even among the cracking static. Why? I don't know. Certainly not. Whispering dies, and the clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel was badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, careful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. We manage to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. We could get away. Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Lord only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without help. Never got them. Thunderfang, now stop playing games. Explain again what your business is here. And this time, I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? Done. Yes, it's too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with the angry whispering of several noises. The whispers and static are drowned by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot, or on different business. To help our own out of jail. Do not hurt, at least we already had our Chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder. I mean goods. In case you are unaware, Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in a growing expanse. They consider themselves above the regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed voice of the High Factorum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remain a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. We're just going to receive all these items. And we're going to hold off on their destruction for a moment, because there is merit to securing a few things from these guys. At the very least, getting medkits would certainly be in our best interest, but getting items is always welcome. But yeah, we get a few things. We can also sell a few things, if we so desire. They are most interested in heretic trophies, Xeno artifacts, and jewelry. Let's see. We unfortunately lack heretic trophies and Xeno artifacts, so we will have to go through here and see what we got. Let's see. If we can get at least to tier 1, we can buy most of what they've got here. I don't think we're going to be able to get to tier 2 or tier 3 or 4. But there is a decent gain from it. But getting the Warworld Origin fencing body glove is going to save our life quite a lot, given it will increase our dodge and parry against melee attacks, which is nice. But there is more to it. We just want the medkits mainly. The medkits would be the biggest boon if we were to go for anything. So let's start with... So Heretic Trophies gets us 500. Let's see. Melee and ranged weaponry is 100. Jewelry would get us 800. Ship components gets us 200. So we want 500, 800, 1,000, and then we need 500 more. Miscellaneous is not worth selling for now. Fuel is also not worth selling. This brings us to 1,200. 1,300. Or rather, if we take off melee weaponry, so we're currently at 500, 800, 1,000, 1,200. If we sell them 2 armor kits, then we've got enough to upgrade a rank. So we will sell that. There we go. We get to 1 rep with them. We won't be able to get the noise suppression helmet, but that's perfectly fine. But we should be able to get everything else here. The chainsword is nice. The power maul is also nice. But mainly the medkits are what we want out of this. So we're going to buy all available. There we go. And we'll leave them alone until we are ready to complete the area, basically. But the medkits will just help us deal with injuries, which is always nice. So we'll leave Thunderfang alone for now. We're going to save here. And I'm going to deal with Rykad Minorius first. I just want to go through a certain operation of things. But after that, we will then go to explore the ship. I just want to take my time with everything, basically. but having the support of one extra character never hurts. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls in your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their numbers, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone, against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunrad Vogvir's weapon, slips from your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Kneel before the rogue trader. Your lives belong to me. All you hear in response is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites from your chest as you clutch at the shark, which ravenously bites into your palm with its sharp edge. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shriveling in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully carved sword with strange unnerving proportions, a curved design, an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before. There, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Never. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels to become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the visions kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste in your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the images of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Yeah, we're not going the heretical route for obvious reasons. But it still is worth mentioning. I don't think there's anything worth mentioning here. I will still look around, because you never know. Things tend to change when you look around. Don't need to change our appearance. I'll have to explore the abulations a little bit, but we don't need it at the moment. There's no need for it. What is this? The Void Ship Bridge. Alright. I guess now would be a good time as any to head over to here, into the compartment here. We'll go from there. So we've already gone to the quarters. Freight line. Let's see. Unusual behavior of the servitors. Let's start with that. We need to talk with Janarok. We'll save here. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. Serviceable whirs over his shoulders, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against a sheaf of papers he's holding. He regards you with attentive interest, the lens of his magnifying implant. Okay, order the stop it. Order shipping and transportation of some goods. We can only transfer from the Fellowship of the Void, so that is a bummer, but I digress. Vigdis informed me of a problem with the servitors. What happened? You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning as of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Generous Dadrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself. But I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments, pending your decision. Let's take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your lordship. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been crammed into the bay, all standing in long spiraling line and facing the center of the strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold at the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The Techomats, tasked with overseeing the defective units, even reached for their weapons, but his lordship took several steps toward the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped towards the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The Low Trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the Techomat, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or a step at the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed but bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the road trader approached with confidence. We examined the servitors. As High Factor, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was the duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. The bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars, inscribed with their past offenses. It's as if those mindless half machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly, and that no one had been able to explain the change of their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people, the Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. His lordship demanded a report on the defective unit status from the technomats. The techmat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized into a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, it was still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore their circumstances did not call for their termination. His lordship ordered that one of the servers be... If we do that, then that's going to be concerning. Let's not do this. This seems a bit immoral. We're going to turn to announce the decision. His lordship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order to send the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before, for they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of the past, and thus did not deserve clemency. On the Lord Captain's order, the servitors returned to the same decks where they had worked before. The crew was initially unnerved by their presence, but adapted to their quirks soon enough, especially since following the incident in question, there was a noticeable reduction in servitors' strange behavior. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. But, yeah, our dogmatic powers increase as a result of this, so that's good. And let's see. We need to go to the freight line next, so we're going to go do that now, I guess. I am very curious about the freight line, so that's why I'm going to go there. Let's go. We'll gather everybody here, and we're off to go. We will need to level up What's-Her-Face, but that's perfectly fine with me. We were going to have to do that anyways. And worst case, I'm going to have to respec everybody to a certain degree, so we'll be able to make some seriously powerful individuals as a result of this, I would wager. But for now, a sturdily built man with the augmented jaw stands at attention. Dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD-987/A14, Lord Captain. I'm Edellock Friendless, Captain of the Enforcers in Lower Deck Bay LD-A14. The Master-at-Arms have assigned me to your liaison for the duration of your stay here. A sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. I think I said this, but I'll say it again. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or begin your search for the temple of the blood-spun web? He says, the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sorbak know I was coming now? The Master-at-Arms ordered us to be on standby. Bloodstone Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We've been awaiting your arrival every day since then, Lord Captain. Do you know how to reach the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? I'm sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Why are you worried? Is there a problem with this compartment? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just a grime of the crowds or of Brutus laborers. I suspect the entrance to the Temple of Death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With the kind of riffraff that dwell here, you might even be attacked. Such ghastly places you described. We're not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? To put it bluntly, although the Bay performs its functions well, even if its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up. Since doing so will require making some serious changes, I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment. Being assigned here seems almost like exile. Did you commit an infraction? Fenrose shakes his head fiercely. No, Lord Captain. Quite the opposite. I was commended for my services. The compartment has always been a troublesome one. The Master-at-Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I'm honored to have earned Mistress Sarback's trust. And what do the lower deck officers think of Sarback? Mr. Sarback possesses all the personal and professional qualities required to lead the enforcers efficiently, Lord Captain. He don't chase each word with pride, but you know drips of sweat on his brow. I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. But Fenrose stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the Sultan's pit. It's where the madmen and the lepers live. Tell me about the station. The hub connects to the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply distribution between bays. And who maintains the hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine code to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro-cam ordnance. Also employed here are the Enforcer Squad, a team of Inferni, the clerics who keep cargo records, and Medicaid officers. A Medicaid officer, rather. A fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bolt. God Emperor forgive him. Not every void ship can boast of its own railway. That is true. Usually, high-class ships are the ones that can get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing than a rogue trader's warrant can see done. The credit goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of straight sacred engineering from the womb of the state's flagship. And what is the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever the crew are lost on the deck, we find replacements from among the rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager for work for rations, even queued for jobs. And the rabble cause you no problems, I hope? Surely you are joking, Captain. The rabble are base in nature. and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations to tinned food to weapons. We confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing. The bastards do, on a regular basis, build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances that have delayed the arrival of furnace bridges during several emergencies, and caused air and power supply problems at adjacent bays. We burn those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. Munitious rabble. Paranoid of you. To the best of my knowledge, being paranoid is practically a requirement on this line of work. In any case, the rabble are always plotting. Take my word for it. I've learned enough. The cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this department, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. So irregular as it is, to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. What do you know about the death cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. Renzo scratches his head, thinking. The Spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious retrobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. Do not take issues with death cultists killing people on your territory. Red Rose avoids looking at Cabela. I do, Lord Captain, but the cult is authorized to exist on the ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. Good. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Rose. The captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. The Emperor protects, Lord Captain. Alrighty. Before we do continue, we're going to level up Cabela. She is a blade singer, so this is one of the very combative individuals. But, yeah. Any time an ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use the intelligence bonus, if it is higher. Fellowship and intelligence aren't really that high for her to begin with, so no point in doing that. Using non-damaging ability on an ally. Okay. Bloody Mess. Anytime the Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. This will probably be our ridiculously powerful ability, so we're actually going to go with that. I have a weird feeling that getting way more damage out of it, out of a crit, is going to be very important for us. We are going to want to increase her weapon skill, because that's going to make her even more scary. We get a ability. Let's see. Acrobatic artistry would probably be really good for us, because this will allow us to jump into battle, or move into battle, jump into position, and then use acrobatic artistry to return to the spot that she was originally at. Which will make it so Abelard can take the front of the battle while she takes protection. Or precautions against defense. This ability costs 8 wounds to use. The Blade Dancer selects an ally. Until the end of combat, attacks made by the Blade Singer against enemies who have already attacked that ally gain 15 crit chance and 28 crit damage. It can be used multiple times per turn, but they do not stack. Blade Dancer targets a single enemy, vowing to dispatch their mark. If this attack kills the target, the Blade Dancer gains 13 wounds and gains 1 AP along with an additional attack this turn. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but it grants 1 AP and an additional attack only once per round. So if I'm capable of killing an enemy quickly, this would probably be really good, but I'm still going to go with acrobatic artistry. Blade Dancer's next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass a toughness with a minus 20 penalty or become immobilized for a round. All enemies immobilized by captive audience count as full cover for the Blade Dancer and their allies when adjacent to those enemies. Oh, okay, so you can actually use enemies as full cover. I'm still going to go with acrobatic artistry, but this is pretty decent as well. Okay. As for what we go with, we got 40, Demolition 60, Medicaid 70. We do need somebody on Medicaid, so we're going to increase Medicaid points, because that actually does help. We are going to continue increasing weapon skill, but we definitely want agility, because that's going to help us dodge. This brings us up to 50, so we want that. So, Blade in his hand gives us an agility bonus to damage. This bonus is doubled if using a two-handed sword. Okay, cool. Enemy attacks by the Blade Dancer have their weapon skill, ballistic skill, and perception reduced by 10 plus Blade Dancer's weapon skill bonus until the start of the Blade Dancer's next turn. They do not stack, however. Blade Dancer's dodge divided by 10. That could be pretty good. Area attacks, burst attacks, and any other attacks that deal multiple hits are considered single attacks. Okay. The Blade Dancer's melee attacks cost 1 AP less, but no more than 1. This is probably going to help us quite a bit, but, yeah. Whenever Blade Dancer kills an enemy, the Blade Dancer's resolve is increased by 1. Nope. Deal additional 5 plus Blade Dancer's weapon skill bonus damage against enemies with a melee weapon. Blade Dancer's melee area attacks cost 1 AP less, but no less than 1. Yeah, sweeping motion just seems stable enough. Yeah, you got 60 here. I guess demolition would be nice, so we'll level up that. Athletics is also equally good. Demolition is equally good, so I guess we'll go demolition. Why not? Let's just go with all here. Let's see. Each time the Death Cult Assassin parries or dodges an attack, all enemies with the Bloodstained effect suffer an additional stack. I'm gonna see if there's anything important here. Being nimble wouldn't hurt. I don't really need that. I'm gonna see what else there is. Raining Blood is this. Okay. Uh, 2 plus agility bonus, more damage. I mean, I guess bleeding, burning, or toxin infliction is probably the way to go, but we're gonna go with Crimson Tide for now, because that seems like the most applicable, I guess. Alright. We are currently Dogmatic 1, which gives us Grim Determination, which is good. The Rogue Trader and their allies gain a +10 chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. This is just a good value to keep us alive, which is good. As for her, well, let's go into items here and let's see what we've got. Okay, armor-wise. Alright, the improved armored body glove will give us more dodge, so this would probably be the safest choice for us. This gives us bonuses against melee attacks, so we're just going to stick with the improved armored body glove for now. For her, 5 dodge and parry against melee attacks, as well as +5 agility, versus having an additional 5 additional 5 armor, and we get 10 dodge against melee attacks specifically. And we also get a 10 parry. So this is actually better than the light spinner breastplate, so we will equip that. Let's see what else we got here. Accessories. We're gonna wear this because we are a Psyker. This just makes us immune to Horrors of the Warp, which is really nice. This, if we have ranged attacks, decreases target's dodge by 5, which is not something we really use. Gloves. If the wearer's ranged attacks hit an enemy, the wearer gains a 5 bonus to critical hit chance for the next ranged attack against the same enemy. It's not stacked, though. We can't really use medkits, so we are in a bummer there. But because of that, we don't have to worry too much about using medkits, we just have them on standby. If we have the base skill Medicae, that would help, but can't really do that, so there you go. Alright, as for her, let's see. A Soul Pattern Chainsword increases crit damage. We'd lose out on the 8% target's parry, or minus 8 target's parry, rather. We'd also... weapon skill is proportionate to our base chance here. Yeah, parry is equal to target's weapon skill plus parry bonus. We're probably going to go with the Silent Verdict, though, I'm thinking. So we're going to give her the Silent Verdict for one of her weapons. We are going to give her the Soul Pattern Chainsword. Could also do the Power Swing, but the Silent Verdict will cover most of our problems without too much hassle. And we should probably give her a one-handed weapon. We'll go by... specifications, I guess, in descending order. Bowhammer's a good shotgun in melee, so we can put that in her offhand. It's not exactly ideal, but it will be a perfect tool for her. Prisoner Shank is also tempting because it has a dodge reduction of 60, so it makes her a great weapon that you can't really see. But the Soul Pattern Chainsword will just make her a bit more defensive, whereas the Silent Verdict will make her more offensive, which is good. Abelard, you're pretty much set. You're good. Itera, you're basically good as well. Alright, Argenta. The rarest ranged attacks decrease their target's dodge by 5. This is just a good staple for her, considering she's a ranged user. The gloves, let's see. If the wearer's ranged attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains a +5 bonus, or the wearer gains a +5 bonus crit chance for the next ranged attack against the same enemy. But with the Thrice Pioneer bracers, every time we deal damage, we reduce the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill for 2 rounds. I see no reason to not use Long Last here, in this case. And finally, for Cassia, we'll give her the Rogue Trader's Cloak. This will give her a +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. So if she does somehow end up getting into melee, there you go. I don't know if the Stalker Gloves are good if her attacks are considered ranged, but we'll still wear them just in case. Oh, right, armor. Let's start with Abelard. Let's see. The 40 armor is probably better than the Seneschal gear, I guess. But let's see if there's anything better. Nope. The heavy leather armor is probably going to be the best for him. It'll just give him a additional armor points, which is good. He's already rocking an insane 3 deflection bonus, which is really good. She's already set with the War World armor. Idara, let's see. Carapace chestplates. Argenta already has the medium armor, so we do want to stick with medium, preferably. Although I could give her light armor, to be fair. That is also an option. And then, of course, we've got Cassia here. Let's see. Who has the worst dodge of the lot? Idara, oddly enough, has the worst dodge, so we're just going to give her slightly more armor to keep her safe. And I mean, if I rock an armored body glove with Argenta, that's going to increase our dodge to 95, which is good. That'll be good enough. Okay. Now we just prep what we can here. So we will start with gas, fire, and 2 those. Yeah, so Cassie can't use medkits, that's fine. We'll give 2 medkits to Argenta. That just saves lives if we use the medkits, so no reason to not. We are going to go with a fire grenade and a gas grenade for her. Can't use medkits for you, so we just take all these off for now. Fire, gas, 2 force grenades. Take these off, give 2 medkits out. We're going to go with a crack grenade and a grenade. And for her,
No.
no? Okay. We'll just give you 2 medkits, and then we rock you with a grenade. Blood vial. Creates a pool of blood which has the same properties as if creating with the raining blood ability. Whenever raining blood is used, +1 charge of blood vial is restored. Okay, so it takes an inventory slot, but this does give her more blood to work with. God, that was a lot of prep, but it needed to be done. Alright, let's see what this place has to offer us. I am quite curious, and I've not been here before, so this is going to be new territory for both of us. Because I've not played this game in a long while, and everything's going to be new. Red Rose whipped another bribe talker caretaker yesterday. He's nothing like the last captain who turned a blind eye to everything. Technomats performing cleansing rites.
With each step, I forge my
I'm
destiny
restless.
among the stars.
All quiet. Lord Captain is on fire day. Okay, interesting already. Let's organize our faction here. Alright, so ideally we want Abelard taking the lead here. We should have her there. Yeah, so the Psychers should take the close to the back. We'll go from there. Is that blood? It can't be. We scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Boy, take me. The captain will have our heads. Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Abelard's nostrils flare with anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol? I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters. Those... how did they even... You have seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabela covers the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Dom Ignatius, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trip. Explain yourself, Reverends. What is this mess? Lord Captain, one of the cultists must have sneaked in here and left this mark. Or perhaps they forced someone to do it. It's a disgrace that they can pull such stunts right under my nose. At least I can assure you that this mark is not dangerous. It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood. I think it's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. I've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Friend Rose takes a deep breath. Soundless shadows sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo and fatal dance. Played song in tempo, each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throes. Now on her sacred blood as she once trod the back of foes. Tread countless souls, but none who know. Why would they leave this mark here? Maybe it's something to do with them inviting you to visit their temple. Maybe they're trying to get your attention. Apologies, Lord Captain. I'm no good at deciphering their disturbing riddles. You mentioned this verse. Why? When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who follow the Bloodstone web as I was trying to figure out... One second. As I was trying to figure out if there were anything pernicious about it. Eventually I learned the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but with nothing worse than that, it seems. And what is the Song of Trailing Blood? From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell the life of one of the cult saints. Ariane, or the Matriarch Spider, as they call her. So I'm invited to follow the trail of blood, it seems. I accept the Spinner's invitation. I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the Upper Decks safely, Lord Captain. Okay, the blood marks left by the cultists conceal the verses of a Song of Trailing Blood, which chronicles the path walked by the Matriarch Spider. The Lord Captain decided to follow the symbols where they lead. Let's figure it out, I guess. It's a bit of a riddle, it seems. That's gonna be fun. But without much information besides that, we're just gonna have to,
Avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life?
Alright, let's see what's going on.
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
The fact that you're here means your families have disowned you. You're all refuse, and essentially your lower decks is all you deserve. That's brutal. What's going on here? This is the last of the hub's vials for this work cycle. Do you have any idea how much this costs? It's more baton and whip is too good for you void dogs. Okay. There, 57 ration cards. It's all I got, I swear. Spent the rest on Rykad again, I'm guessing. Not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pits. Huh. Why are they spending food cards down here?
Know your duty.
Brutal. Okay. Okay, so I've just basically gone there.
Let us walk this path to the end.
So yeah, these guys are basically getting some severe discipline, it seems. And we go this way. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent
Let the faith
section.
guide my path to glory.
Before I do go farther, I do want to see if there's anything I can... You think you can make out letters woven by the intricate symbol, and though the meaning of each individual letter eludes you, together they unmistakably form an arrow pointing in a certain direction. Okay. With my eyes. Pick me, I've been waiting weeks. Okay. 1 second. Once again, a spam call. Never can get enough of those.
Martyrs.
The hell happened here? Lord Captain, the Enforcer quickly puts the safety on the flamer and points the nozzle away from you. How may I serve you? What are you doing? Burning the poor shafts, Lord Captain. Rabble built them, cutting off the air supply to the next bay and making it difficult for the Inferni to work. We told the serfs to get out of here, time after time, but they won't listen. Captain Fredros has ordered everything to be burned down, and afterward, this area to be sealed off. No more questions. Huh.
The divine watches over us.
Mercy. Please save me. The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body. like melted wax from a candle. His eyes somehow intact, alive, clear and filled with pain, stare at you under his cloaked eyelids. Who are you, and what happened to you? I'm Vale, a cleaner. I was in my house asleep. Forces came, set it to fire. I didn't make it out in time. I wonder how long he's been sitting here like this. I'm trying to... A watch? 3? The Whispers say nothing cared because he didn't matter. But they also say he's somehow supposed to matter to us. Strange. Let's do some Iconoclast on top of, Dogmatic. Get some Enforcers and Medicaid personnel in here now. There's a man in need of revival. If he's recovered, assign him to a scribe's apprentice. He's too badly injured to go to a worker's life. A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his eye, Ruin's eye socket. God Emperor has sent you to save me. You are his light. You are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here. Never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you. When the Undying One is ready to accept the soul, it must be sent forth. So will it be freed from the torment of flesh. You could have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me. Do you know anything about the mark next to you? He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as if it opens into scarlet cracks. A spinner came. He painted a symbol, then he gave me water, and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are. I should... He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. To soot smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, the knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer, anguish and distress, a longing brought to rest, a mortal bonds of soul divest. Help is on the way. It's told a little longer.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
We'll have to make an athletics check to get this, but that's fine. We will save here real quick. I do believe this is the right path. We have to be a bit merciful in this, as well as aggressive.
An expected result.
Here we go. We get access to this, which gives us a stack of ration cards and charged scrap parchment. You can barely make out the crudely scribbled words on the burnt notes. Then past the marketplace. Make sure the enforcer, you'll ruin the entire operation. On the tracks behind, you'll find a little gift for. Give it to him and you'll see for yourself. Huh.
Know your duty.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Is there a reason to stop the burning? No, not really. I'll check to see what the burning is about. Stop the burning immediately. Yeah.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Sign us to a freight train several watches ago. We have families to feed. Okay. About here. Okay, let's do a tech use check, I guess. Let's save. And do a tech use here.
I rise above hardships.
Yoink.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The workers beaten to within an inch of their lives are returning stolen power packs, fire, and microlumens to containers marked disposal. God, this place is brutal. The time-worn loader is barely fit for purpose at this point, but the enforcers still see its complex maintenance as the lesser evil compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scoundrels to do the job. I guess the loot over there is something. Okay. Guess let's talk with,
Let us walk this
Heinrich?
path to the end.
The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his eye-hook stick. What captain? What an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I seek the Bloodstone Web's temple. You know where they're hiding? I don't have the foggiest idea. That's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. And what are you doing here? I'm here to patch up Savage Locomotive Numbers 3 under the Tech Priest supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they called to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I'm done at the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. That's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those tech priests, divers who get to operate on them every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to a slight movement. How about I introduce you? Is it safe? Oh, I refuse to believe Savage would dare scald the Lord Captain. He definitely should not. Can't turn down an offer like that. Why not? Let's see. The panel before you is covered with tentacle runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibrations as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We'll need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Let's listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and a scarlet glow illumines on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. What should I do? Put your hands on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Heinrich's face is focused, but his voice is not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like being hassled. Grasp the lever and gently pull it towards you. A few erratic bolts shake the platform, and the indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever into the palm of your hand. There's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in it. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Einar's voice. Pull the lever towards you, smoothly but firmly, then pump the fuel with this command. Unruly and defiant, but submits to a strong hand, much like yourself. A roguish gleam appears in his eyes. You don't say. Pull the lever and pump the fuel. A new expression inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given a chance, and kill everyone who rides it at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give him a firm tug. Reach for the ornately carved levers and awaken the beast. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in the front of your face, but Einar deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing, or rather, you hear only one thing. The roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. It looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain. You've subdued a mighty beast today. Now I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line, and see if he's feeling cranky. That was most intriguing, Einar. I'm pleased. Heinrich lowers his eyes and grins. Could I have wished for anything more, your lordship? Have a good trip. Everything's gonna be alright. Savage would never try me. You're right, Savage. No reason to join the freighter line just yet. We've got more pressing matters here, after all. Huh. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with an odd-looking goggles, pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates, supporting some kind of game board. A scruffy rat is rolling small glass balls around the board. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest near the board. The flute player winks to the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the player have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board, but not a single one reaches the goal. A hole marked with a red circle. Rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Watch the rat. The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the gallows, at the very least. At the very last moment, while the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. The rat's movements, from the flips of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless command with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute's player's tiny assistant. I see. So, yeah, no, he's quite literally trained the rat to basically rig the game. Fine show. The crowd, which has been too absorbed in the performance to notice your presence, turns to you. Expressions of frightful awe appearing on the workers' faces. Many start whispering prayers. The flute player's clear eyes widen surprise. Then, with an open and friendly smile, he says, "Many a grand story the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute, today I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself." He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in. "Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that captain's fortune of yours, Your Lordship." The flute player bows respectfully and gestures at the game board. The crowd buzzes with anticipation. "Who are you?" I am but one of many." The man gestures broadly at the teeming station. A voice in the crowd, a cog in the mechanism. His humble servant. Flute player is all they call me, because that is what I am. I make up tunes and give the people respite after a hard day's work. That is a curious-looking flute. How did you come by it? He passed the instrument gently. Mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me. When she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play, out of sorrow and respect for her memory. Play one of the local favorites for me. The flute player smiles mysteriously and brings the flute to his lips. A simple, brisk melody pours out of the instrument. The glum face of the workers and traders soften. The tumbles around you seem less squalid than before. Long after the music has stopped, many continue to whistle the unassuming ditty. A flute needs no words to sing, but I'm curious to know what story your melody tells. The flute player awkwardly adjusts the goggles on his forehead. The story of a simple man from the lower decks, honest with himself and others. He risks his life to protect the oppressed from the corrupted by power. He takes from the rich and gives to the needy. He helps without asking in return. Nemesis, hero of tales, admired by children and grown folk alike. A fairy tale indeed, risking oneself for nothing. If such a man existed, he would surely be profiting from your misfortunes in secret. The people look at each other in shock upon hearing this unpalatable fact of life. Their joy evaporates, leaving only the bitterness of disappointment. The flute player smiles regretfully. I think the song just died, but I won't despair. Life always suggests new melodies that people will like. Are you suggesting we play? The flute player smiles eagerly. Please, bless our little lark with your attention. Explain the rules of the game to me. It is simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple. I refuse to take part. The man shrugs, earning a few chuckles from the crowd. After you have taken a few steps, you hear his flute string another tune.
shall reclaim
I don't
what
think it
is
matters
rightfully
too much,
ours.
but I digress. A group of beggars are rattling their alms and ostentatiously displaying their hunger-silken bellies and various disfigurements. A toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. Let your bellies be full tonight. Praise the Lord, Captain. The poor descend on the alms like a pack of gutter rats, each one scurrying off to their own corner with what they grabbed. It does appear that there's other people that we can converse with.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I'm just seeing if there's any conversations I need to go through.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay, there appears to be a commerce thing here. We'll save here. I don't know what is the good option here, so I'm just going with my own gut thing here. But I digress.
The burden of failure.
That's a load.
Accomplished.
Judging by the merchant's round, well-fed face, the rusty junk laid out in the counter is merely a smokescreen for the more valuable and likely illegal goods that are now hidden from idle glances.
We
I
are
know nothing, and neither
Lovely.
be ignorant.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Bastards have gone clean mad. Another 20 of our folk torched along with their shacks. I'd rather burn alive once than spend the rest of my life breaking my back. Shift their shift for a few merely ration cards. Just be take from me anyway. They beat me up for good measure. Huh. A dead man. Well, that's a save and a load. Let's talk with him. A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely, and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the crowds. He leans forward. What do you think you're doing? What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely similar. The scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are all aligned, as well as the series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look long since healed. Who are you? A dead man. I lost my name years ago. I've been just another dead man ever since. You dare insult the rogue trader with your impudence. Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more. Your eyes will return to the blood symbol. What do you know about it? It's a symbol of the Bloodspun Web. I come here every day, every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. Guess today must be my special day. He smiles strangely. The man's faded eyes go wide as he noticed Cabela. His voice quivers. You come to take me to the other side. Cabela briefly studies the man's face and turns away. I do not know you. This gaze is not upon you. The man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again. But then why is it here? You look like you're about to take your own life. You're having a rotten day. My whole life has been rotten. I only have myself to blame. I try to change things, fix things. I always end up here, so eventually I've accepted the truth. You know the symbols of the Bloodspun Web. You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be a certain junction of the utilities tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited. An hour. 2. 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized. The person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. Do my duty. I ran. So the spinners simply let you go. They made attempts to find you and kill you. There was no pursuit. Thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. I gave them my name, they just whispered. Separated had gone to the Undying One. He looked at me as if I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead. You were ordered to die. For what reason? The man looks at you. But some would choose to lead the righteous path. These earned penance in due time. Their whips sing vengeance on renegades and menace. Their blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretenders. It takes what is due in essence. He stops and adds hoarsely. The third verse of the Song of Trilling Blood. The Vizier recited to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death, I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find, for it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth. I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. Oh, you poor thing. I think I'm going to cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. It must have been so hard for you. Even my whispering has nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy, self-absorbed sack of scum. You do not sound particularly remorseful. I spent years in remorse. Tired of it. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No. I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. Let me do a quick Google search. What is the DLC again? Fast, okay. Nope. Okay, Void Shadow DLC. Here we go. Huh. Oh, okay. So you're supposed to answer it that way. Okay. Uh. Hmm. Da-da-dum. Apology, I'm just, Oh, we need to explore the freight chain before we, Let's load here. We want to explore before talking with him, apparently. Nah, let's just go with what I'm going instinctually with. So let's just talk with the man. Let's get through back to our conversation. There we go. No attempts to kill you. You will order to die for what reason? Killing innocent souls. I will not judge you, nor will I decide your fate. Farewell. No! What about the symbol, the portent? You... You were supposed to... The man's tired eyes fill with horror that quickly turns hysteria. His knees buckle and started work. Okay, so I think death is a mercy in this case. Okay, so I guess... I don't know. Okay, where was it? It's here. Apologies if I'm taking my time. I just want to look at this because it's being a very complicated guide. Killing him will get you the battle trance ability. Don't kill him. You won't be able to get the ability to save dialogue. Okay. Note that you need at least dogmatic rank 2. Huh. Okay, so it's a very specific thing. Apologies if I'm taking so long on this, but, what is my current rank? I only hit dogmatic 1. Well, whatever. We'll quickly speed through this. Okay. Okay. You're a coward and butcher of the innocent. I'll purge you from my ship. I'll purge my ship of your existence. The man does nothing to stop you. He even leans closer to the rails, accepting his fate, with a smile on his face. The undying one is death. Ooh. Gabilla stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it's better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot.
Heresy grows from idleness.
But, yeah, we will gain something eventually,
Know your duty.
I believe, but I'm not sure we get it now. But still, it is, worth noting that we will get something, in due time.
Over there.
Okay, even more loot to, pilfer.
The key to success.
We get some more stacks of ration cards. I think we're good now. Let's keep going.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully
Master Rogue
ours.
Trader. How many times do I need to tell you, you ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg of you. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Your grace and lordship, hand of the God Emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bone crack audibly. The sound of breaking bones. The man's cries and the enforcer's hateful laughter remind you of what you went through yourself. Too vividly. Too painfully. The character suffers a -10 to perception. The scene of the workers has brought up memories of your own. Sure. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boots. I'll clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see. I intend to hear this man out. Your Lordship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker. Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars, a few washes, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you before I took pity. And this is the thanks I guess? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. And today you earn 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in. It was an accident. The worker stops himself. Co-worker towers and whimpers. Their heads bashed in by the crates. The dead don't need rations. Am I to understand that the forcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts? We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. The enforcer mutters. Rabble are lying and thieving lumps. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards, to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your lordship, and then grow fat by using them for themselves. The worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. He seems unable to believe his stroke of luck. Give me a second. Give me a hot moment. You know what? I'm just going to go with my gut here. I'll just decide what I'm going to go with. don't know, huh? Go east and continue north. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so if you have been tormented before, you gain the Echo of Torment, which is a permanent debuff, which sucks. There isn't really much that can be done, it seems, which kind of grim, but yeah, not too surprising. We're gonna support the worker. I'm just trying to figure out what words would be best here. What would my character say? Given the grim nature of it, and he brought up bad memories, honestly, consider yourself discharged. Tomorrow you're to stand here and queue for a work assignment like the others. The Enforcer freezes in place, not daring to raise his hand to his red-hot face, and squeezes out a lifeless, "Yes, Lordship." The onlooking workers bellow triumphantly and point at the Enforcer, praising the Lord Captain. A sullen, red-bearded man with a keen black eye draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time he was speaking. But now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. May the God Emperor protect you and all of House von Valentius, Lord Captain. But, yeah. I can leave to another compartment, though, if I so desire. Yeah, sure you can have it. If you need it so badly. Yeah, I'll take everything I can get. Before I do anything, however, I am going to backtrack a little bit, because I do want to quickly do something here. Because it did mention it earlier in the game. And now that I have 6 people, I can actually make this happen, so... let's quickly go do it while we have the time. Assuming I can actually backtrack for a moment, that is.
With each step,
okay.
I forge my destiny.
We're gonna go to the... I think it's the shrine. Yeah, we need to go to Void Ship Shrine. Perfect. We take everybody with us, because now we have the group necessary to make this possible. And we'll go from there. We will go over here, I believe. We will save under Blood Cult and Minorius, which I guess we probably won't be going to Minorius at this point, but I digress. Who are you and what are you doing here? Tell me about the confessional. Is there a way to find out who made the confession? Good thinking. Make it anonymous. Have other questions. Appears to have difficulties. I'm just going to skip through the dialogue. Let me hear them. Step away, okay. I'm curious to know who left these confessions. I shall seek them out. Regarding your confession, enough about that.
Know your duty.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, let's see. We need to go over to the right here. And we're made to ask a question here. Spherical object gleaming gold. And I guess we talk with
We shall
initiative
reclaim
seek
what is
for this.
rightfully ours.
So we will save here. And talk with them, I guess. Hello, Zeke. The broad-shouldered young priest makes a sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects, your lordship. How may I be of service? Who are you? Shit, Zeke. What's the relic? Mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. A riddle. It'd be most interesting to learn what's stored inside, Lord Captain. Would you like to try opening the orb? Do you have any idea? One of the pressers was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. And why not disassemble it? Unthinkable crime. Okay. Open the relic. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answer should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. Let's form the questions in the first order. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. That be the throne. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. The second order. I am within every human. My loss is feared. For without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. We want to go with blood. Another soft clip comes from the orb. And for the third order. I am poison. I am perdition. I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish, rejected by the Emperor. That would be weakness. The hoop settles into place. And final question. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stings. I bring you closer to him. If I recall the pages of Life of Natil Antignov correctly, the part speaks about purity. The saint saw it as the quintessence of all other virtues. And it is in fact purity. The orb comes alive. Its hoops shift around in alarming speed, coming together and folding into each other until the orb opens completely, laying its treasure bare. We get the missionary oath, which is, once per combat, the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn. They can end their turn immediately, grant all adjacent allies an extra turn, with 1 AP. The Ishnet stares at the relic in your hand, stunned. How strange and exciting it is to behold the holy object that has lain hidden here, from the eyes for so many years. Truly it is a great day upon which the robe trader himself has revealed the legacy of a great missionary to us all. We've got a Commerce 55 check to uncover. And then, of course, we've got these Commerce checks. So I'm going to save here. So that way we can resolve the Commerce check. And we'll go from there.
I shall repent.
That is a fail, but we can quickly load the game and, obviously, try and get a success. Because that's just the way of things for us. Okay.
The burden of failure.
That's another load. I'm gonna open my drink here real quick. We'll go from there. Just needed a drink, as it were. Come on, it's a 55.
I have proven myself yet again.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Argivan Crusade
The
era.
divine watches over us.
Okay. Before we go any farther, we need to do some puzzling. If they're not still talking to you, he'd say he'll have to pray for a couple of days before he talks to you again, but who knows if that's true. Let's get one more thing. Check the northern side, check to find the button on its side. As you press it, you'll see two plates coming out of the ground. It's actually the button, you need to step on them. However, before you do so, note that there are 5 of these plates. Each one of these plates has a letter, and all 5 of them spell Furia. What you do here is you have one of your retinue step on them in that order. F first, U second, and so on and so forth. Okay. So you do need at minimum 5 people to activate this puzzle.
The web serves.
So you start there, you get a green, you do 2,
No suffering.
that is
make me forget
your...
sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant.
We go
Purge the
R,
unclean.
My whispers crave entertainment.
E,
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Ah. Oh. Let's actually leave us here
I
for now.
forge my destiny among
The
the
alternative
stars.
is
Okay,
always
so F.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud
you?
make your eyes bleed and blood curdle.
All right, so if you're
Black comedy.
now we need R. That's I. You're. No, I don't want you.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance.
R,
I fear.
Whisper and be heard.
I,
No.
and A.
duty.
There we go. Bada bing, bada boom.
This is out of the ordinary.
I
Just a
abide
small
in
little
this
puzzle thing you
and
can
lead
do.
on your way.
I warn you if I hear anything.
And for our trouble, we get the Unquenchable Fury. The maximum push distance of this maul is 5 cells, and any collision damage is increased by 50%. So if you're using a mace, it is definitely worth considering. But yeah, that's fun. We'll quickly do a prayer here. Might as well, right? While we got a chance. And that just gives us a small boost for resolve, that is.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alrighty. Oh, and because we actually left that compartment, we actually lose that negative that we suffered from. So now we can go back to the freight line without too much hassle. And we won't suffer that -10, so it is definitely worth to retreat for a temporary moment in order to get that resolved. Otherwise, you'll be suffering a -10 throughout that whole experience, which not exactly something you really want to have happen, right? Okay. Oh, right, we need to go to the Void Ship Bridge, the Astropathic Chapel, and the Void Ship Shrine. So I guess before we go any farther, let's go to, start with the Void Ship Bridge, talk with some people. Specifically, I believe I need to talk with, Astropathic Chapel. Okay, so we need to go, yeah, no, I'm basically doing a lot of things in a, very odd order. My apologies there. We're gonna go to the other compartment. Let's go to the Astropathic Chapel. This is our next area that we need to go. And yeah, hopefully we'll get things sorted. But we'll see.
How fascinating. To me, the Immaterium is made of colors, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel, it is music.
Yeah, that's nice. We'll save here.
Cursed music. Why do the astropaths not fill this place with litanies in his name instead?
Alright, let's make a larger check.
I rise above hardships.
The machine uses many quills to commit the astropathic whispers to paper, then sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Alright, let's talk with Zachary Weiss, I guess. Let's see. And then we can talk with Sigma. Hello, Zachary Weiss. Choirmaster Zachary Weiss, a tall man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You are about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns towards you first. Lord Captain, a visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of secret manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, Your Lordship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure at which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision, that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. Have you made a confession lately? The choirmaster replies, slightly perplexed. I beg your lordship's pardon. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, have they not? I suppose you have a better idea than I do. It is something I've never thought about before, and on which I hardly have the opinion worth sharing, Lord Captain. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? How odd. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was anguish in that confession. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, which I apologize. I'm thankful for your consideration. He smiles a bittersweet smile. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weakness are severe. I've seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like this, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying about these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. Tell me about the astropathic choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you'd like to know? Well, what is this place? To us astropath, this place is our cradle and our grave, Lord Captain. You are at the conflux of every secret missive, every order of prime importance, every scheme being plotted behind the scenes. You're at the place where each of your loyal astropaths is ready to lay down their lives for crumbs of information, if that is your wish. Receive and send messages. For hours, turning into days, we wander the dark depths of the Immaterium, carrying our voice through the warp's eternal nights, bringing it to our comrades in some remote refuge, accepting the voices, signals, and missives of others from our own abode. Those are most meant for you, your worship, and at times, they are meant for no one. What is the mechanical drum there? It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and, to an extent, unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images, just dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through the lines of the floor into the transcribers, and then the Theresian core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains the vast catalog of various symbols, the methods of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images and the messages against its data and forwards the results to a central cogitator, myself, so that I can begin the ritual decoding. I know no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism. I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction and intelligible meaning from the perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites of receiving or sending an astropathic message. If your machine knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the messages itself? Regrettably for us all, your worship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic inputs containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium of the warp. Furthermore, as messages pass through the Immaterium, they might become distorted by malevolent intents. It falls to your servants alone to shield their minds with faith, and separate the true meaning from the influence of the rudest powers. So, if you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. Wise's face twists into bitter grimace. Your duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the warp. It screams to the Emperor's loyal servants. The Secretary's dead by now. The nightmarish, maddening images seize souls. The cursed symbols that cause astropaths to convulse into violent fits of frenzy. The messages from abominations in search of the weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. How does one become an astropath, then? Weiss gives you a polite smile. I would assume that you know the answer already, your lordship. You've walked a similar road yourself, even though you took a different turn than I. We were all a part of the Imperial Tiflis. Psychers delivered Terra on the black ships, but only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fewer still successfully completed the grueling training to be eligible to soulbinding, and almost none survived the initiation. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, light flawless and seared. That changes you. It wounds you irreparably. It takes your eyesight, but in exchange, you commune with greatness. His presence in our souls fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, the astropath assigned their position. At this or that adeptus, an astropathic relay or ship. More often than not, our first place of service is also our last. If something happens to your choir, where can I find new astropaths? The expression on his wrinkled face grows even more serious. It'd be more point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessing protects us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void, which even this defense would be no obstacle. Especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There's only one way to procure astropaths. That is through the Adeptus Administratum. Permitting unattached astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship. Ones who, for whatever reason, will have lost their place in service. Failing that, the request will go to Terra, and we will have to wait a long time. 1 second. That said, there are other options. Blasphemous, forbidden options. Unsanctioned psychers, protected and broken souls who seldom live past their few seances. But even those which should do. Should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials, judging by how rabid the warp has been of late, by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I know a couple of places where you can get new astropaths. That is, of course, if you don't insist on them being all classy and proper like this fried-eyed bunch. Alrighty. That odd noise inside the chapel does not bother you. On the contrary, Lord Captain, it is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir, one that I invented myself. This music was written by an astropath. What my charges and I hear is not what ordinary people hear. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them, but above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumulus sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. We'll speak later. I have other business.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
We're just gonna quickly explore the area here. Got another logic test here. Never hurts to make more checks, to say the least, so we're gonna quickly throw in our points here.
The duty prevails.
Alright. Once the text is ready for final interpretation, it sends it to the choir master along the list of settings of known images. There's also another quest in Sigma, I believe. Protect us from the machine spirits of rest. Without his gift, our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath, standing very still next to the bulky mechanism. His face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears your approach and composes himself. The Engineer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely audible unpleasant sound. Prayer in Sacrolingual. What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. A gloom has come over the machine spirits, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operations. The 12th row on the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of papers, and you notice that once the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. We summoned the servants of the Omnicide, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed Engineer is in a state of tech prayer trance, and hasn't moved in the spot for a day now. Man, had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining his parts. But who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Why did such a trifle of an error... Imagine a single extra character creeping its way into the coordinates for a warp chip, and sending the flagship to the center of a star. Imagine the word disloyal becoming it is loyal, resulting in thousands of your faithful servants falling victim to treachery. Nothing is a trifle to an astropath. How did you let this happen? Forgive me, your lordship. I do not know the answer. I'm afraid even the Adeptus Mechanicus don't fully comprehend the workings of this mechanism. We're only knowledgeable on the surface-level machines. The receivers commit the messages to prayer. Transcribers sort the mental imagery by seismic category and feed into Theoris' core. And the sacred compiler supplements the messages with a list of symbols, their interpretations. However, the mechanism extends far deeper, into the bowels of the ship. Therefore, I wouldn't even venture a guess at the possible source of this trouble. Let's see if there's anywhere I can go.
Know your duty.
Let's make a quick save here. This is basically just some tech stuff to help get things moving.
The strain has taken its toll.
That's a load. But yeah, we've got quite a bit to do here. Alright.
I have proven myself.
The receiver's enormous reels direct paper tapes containing unprecedented text into Chapel's depths after blessing the papers with an imprint of sacred
Let us walk this path to the end.
talks. Okay, so there's a wax-stained interpreter, a faulty cog, grumbling receiver router. We need a higher tech use. There's a malfunctioning cogitator, a faulty transcriber manipulator. The last beacon cannot be saved from the 13th storm. The lapsed father's beloved son will open his yawning maw. Oblivion is inevitable. After the boundless sunset comes the horrific sunrise, brought forth into a wailing words the boom of... Damn.
Let the faith guide my path
Just
to
very easily to perish. So there's a lot of tech use checks that you basically have to go through here. And there's a number of other things here. Yeah, so some of them die, some of them don't. Grab some of these.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
The throne is furnished with a conductive shard supply and can be turned into an instrument of execution at any moment. But yeah, there's a lot of DC 55 skill checks that we have to go through here. Basically, nothing too crazy, we just have to basically do each one. It's a small thing, but it's still something.
The burden of failure.
But yeah, we need a high tech use check. So I guess in our case, we do want to swap from Warp Void into getting a higher skill check.
I can't allow myself to do this.
We could give this to Abelard. That'd give him a bigger boost, but nah, we're good. Is there anything to increase our points of logic? Not really. There's only this. And that's not going to help attack use. 1 second. Alright, I'm going to take a small 5-minute break, but when I return, we're going to do tech use.
Strain has taken its toll.
We'll do a quick load here, and I'll be back with you guys shortly. Back. Apologies for the delay. Let's see.
I shall repent.
Honestly, at this point, I'm probably actually going to load here. We can always come back to this later. So there is no harm in that. And I think it's high time we actually go to Minorius at this point. Because we do need to reach, we need to reach rank 2 Dogmatic anyways, so this is a good reason to go there, to get Dogmatic. So we're going to go to the Void Ship Bridge here for now. And we'll have to address that later. I think, anyways. But let's see what areas we have access to, because it does seem like the areas have been reduced to some extent. So give me a hot moment. So if I go to another compartment here, I'm going to hold off on completing those quests, because we are actually going to go to Minorius, because this will give us more opportunities to increase our dogmatic rank, And we need to get rank 2 in Dogmatic, so that is going to be an important thing for us. To Rykad Minorius, begin our scan. And let's head on to the starport here. Let us begin to see what's going on the planet.
Did you see that? They almost knocked us out of the air. Some bumbling idiot's going to regret that when he's dragged before the Lord Captain for questioning and trial.
I do not think the rogue trader should take a personal interest in a common crackpot. Summary execution will be sufficient.
Let us walk this path to the end. And so shall let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Turn you into corpse starch.
Time to slaughter someone. Show me what you've got.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Scared yet? Let's get to it. I'm here, maggot. Let's get to it.
Let's make it quick.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without...
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Victory is imminent. pathetically sound approach. I will do my duty. It will be done.
Was that you? Or...
On it.
anything else?
Break them around.
Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me. As honor ordained. Trust me.
Out of my way.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith. Your end is nigh. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. The impure cannot escape their fate.
Spare none of them!
Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will not be deterred. Let this be a warning to all who oppose us.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Piece of prayer.
Time to slaughter someone.
Here we go.
Pain cleanses the body.
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. I shall not fail. Trust me. As the tenets demand. Show me what you... Aim for the heart next time.
Through pain and hardship, our devotion.
Will do. But of course. Was that you? Or...
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
Let's get to it.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Doubt is for the mirror. I need your aegis, O Emperor.
Trust me. I shall not fail.
Follow my lead.
Anything else? Will do.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. And so shall it another step towards our ultimate victory. The Emperor commands.
I will do my duty.
It will be done. Indeed. Pain and duty go hand in hand. Careful now. My ears are ringing.
Hold on.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Anything is.
I'll do it. Faith without it. I'll do it. Is a prayer.
Let's get to it.
I would that I could. I will leave footprints of scarlet. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. Let your soul be purged. Come, the other side awaits.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the
Sins
stars.
hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty. What torments you? Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. The web serves. You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day.
Oh, I've muted myself. My apologies. Let me see what's going on here. I'm gonna try to attempt to heal, so that's the reason why. Hopefully I wasn't muted for too long, but we'll see. Let me actually check. Options, difficulty. Let's see. Huh. Okay, give me a hot second. Go. Okay, let's see. It's a chance. Okay. So it's a chance that doesn't specify when it's done, so you basically have to wing it over and over again, I guess. And the chance must be heckin' low, so first let's level up before we do anything. And we've got Dismantling Attack. Alright, let's see. We already have the ability to reduce their armor, block, dodge, and parry. Let's see. We can either make the until the operative's next turn, the target cannot move. Until the end of combat, the target's MP is reduced by 3. So basically, we can make it so it's nearly impossible for them to move. We can cripple the enemy, reducing their weapon skill and ballistic skill by 30. We can intimidate enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor by 15. Reducing their armor and dodge by 15. Or we can make it so the target also provokes an attack of opportunity whenever they attack. I think for us, making them weaker is arguably the best choice, so weapon skill and ballistic skill minus 30 is really good. As for what we go next, we seriously need a tech use increase, so I'm thinking we go with that. Alternatively, I'd look around for something better. We're currently the biggest bonus when it comes to everything knowledge, though. So let's see, 60, 55. Camilla does have the highest Medicae. We don't need Medicae. Okay, Lore Warp. So currently Lore Warp's 50. Lore Venos is 45. Lore Imperium is 65. 45. Tech Use is 55. Because we are getting a Tech Priest soon, I think we want to go with Lore Xenos. Having the knowledge wouldn't hurt, so we're going to go with that. We're going to prioritize knowledges, if anything. But we'll have boosts eventually when it comes to those other skills. Death Waltz. Upon using Death Waltz, the Blade Dancer immediately heals to full. The cost of abilities that cost wounds reduced by half until the end of combat. Nope. We can also get 4 additional charges from Death from Above until the end of combat. Also, Death from Above also deals agility bonus additional damage. Strikes made by Blade Dancer, including attacks made as part of Death Waltz, reduce enemy weapon skill by 2 plus agility bonus divided by 2. And decrease enemy armor and dodge. These penalties stack. Upon using Death Waltz after killing an enemy, the Blade Dancer gains 3 dodge until the end of combat. Stacks up to 4 times. Death from Above is a really good bonus, though. Having the ability to jump so many times is really nice. So I might actually go with this. But healing to full is actually pretty good. We'll go with that, because I noticed she gets a lot of wounds when she goes into combat, so probably for the safest. Let's see. Daring Breach. It grants 10 movement points until the end of turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity this turn. This would allow Abelard to get into position really quickly, but I don't think that's really what we want. Till the end of combat, the warrior gains 4 movement points for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. One round, the warrior becomes a priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains 20 parry and 2 deflection until the end of combat. This just makes him even more durable. This turn, melee attacks deal additional 2 damage. I'm going to go with Daring Breach Upgrade 3. This just makes us a even scarier target. We get more parry, we get more deflection. Deflection is probably going to be our saving grace with Abelard. We want to minimize the amount of damage that we're taking, basically. As for our Psyker here, let's just go with the same dismantling attack. I don't really need to prioritize it, but yeah. Let's see. Medicaid, Warp. What do I want to focus on with her? Awareness, it seems to be like our focus with her, but we're going to be swapping her out eventually, so I guess we can start investing into something else. I guess logic. Alright. We got our soldier, we've got firearm mastery. Till the end of combat, soldiers' rate of fire is increased by 30. Nope. Soldiers turned, they gain 4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. Till the end of combat, all the soldiers' attacks are 20% harder to dodge. Until the end of combat, the soldier's range attack gain 10 armament. Given that we're going to be going sniper, I guess we want the third one. This makes it so it's way easier to attack enemies. You could also gain 4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. This will allow Argenta to move around as she's shooting, but I think we want to go with this. This just makes it even easier for us to combat. And we've got this. During their extra... Alright, so during their extra turn, the target deals an additional set of damage. Additional 12 damage. And until the end of combat, the target gains the effect of Voice of Command. We can remove all negative effects. And until the end of combat, the officer's next turn, the target cannot die. We could give them temporary wounds until the end of combat. And we can make it so all their non-attacking abilities cost 1 less AP. I'm probably going to go with this. This seems like a really good choice. Especially if we make it so we're using passive abilities, because eventually we do want to use passive abilities. Because Itera's probably going to slowly start becoming more obsolete as time goes on. And we want Ignatius to take on the mantle by changing Firestorm and all that other stuff. But I digress.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
We got a lot to uncover,
Sometimes
so
you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step.
we'll gather everything that we
Sometimes,
can
though,
here.
You just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Okay, let's save here for a sec. I am satisfied with this result, but we will need to still heal, so
I am your shadow.
let's pray our chances are slightly better here.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Okay, no. I'm just gonna keep going. If they take wounds, they take wounds. I'm not gonna complain too much. Like, those two are always gonna be in the front lines taking hits, so. As long as they don't die, that's all I care about.
Know your duty.
Lord Imperium.
Accomplished.
Written on the side of the shuttle in pilot's lowly slang are the words, "Do not touch." A shipment tis to the blessed Lord Captain Caligos Winterscale. Perhaps there's something worth attention on that shuttle. We get the ring of receive the Commander Cloak and Ring of the Iron Will. Increases the range of officer-type abilities by 1 cell. That is going to help immensely for Cassia here. And whenever the wearer hits a target with Shield Bash, Double Slug, Fulminating Shot, or Grisly Adulation, they make a coercion test with a -40 penalty. If the wearer succeeds, the target is immobilized. We need a shield to use Shield Bash. This shotgun attack allows the Arbitrator to make 2 single attacks. We don't have Arbitrator stuff. Fulminating Shot is an Arbitrator thing. And yeah, we don't currently have an Arbitrator in our midst, so this is kind of pointless to us.
Over us.
But it is a good ring, don't get me wrong. It does sound like it can actually be very useful to us. The Eye. Final Dawn purifies vision. Folks, how about you don't come any closer so don't shoot you? Gain true vision. Renounce false sight. All will be revealed. The young shaggy-haired soldier is still pale, nonetheless. As you approach, he holsters his pistol. The hallmark of a good discipline. It gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeds wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal box operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders. The young man proclaims desperately, trying to tame his tousled hair. Are you unharmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them, void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on, and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense. It's heresy. Actual heresy. Because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got a hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where. What exactly were you doing here on Earth? Following Governor Mendez's special instruction. Name lady. Secret assignment. I can't talk about this. He grits his teeth with a pained expression, furrowing his brow. I'm a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me? Well, Yeah, I'm a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It's well within my rights. A rogue trader? After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding. Oh, so you must be from House von Valentius' ship. The Starport's auger surveillance system reported that it detected your ships entering the system. Then you heaved to send a shuttle to another unidentified ship. A very strange one at that. Then that ship departed. Jasper pauses for a second and mumbles. But, the auger surveillance station's reports are not to be disclosed to third parties. But you already know that, don't you? Well, alright. If you really are the rogue trader, I'll tell you everything. So why did they send you to the Starports? I'm supposed to deliver their updated Vox codes and, should I put it, assess the situation? The plot is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into the Vox channels and now eavesdropping. It's made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Snowbria have sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Rykad, the prison planetoid. Your Act 5 station is silent. The navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain here who'd give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. He stops talking, a little too abruptly. One moment, I'm just going to do something. Alright. Tell me of your Act 5. There's not much anyone could tell you about it. That station belongs to the Navis Nobital themselves. The Emperor knows what they do up there, or even who lives there. They scorn ordinary folk, and the only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Evane Winterscale. It's beginning to sound like he's complaining. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with service from Rykad Minorius on a regular basis. Apologies, I got the hiccups. Hopefully that fixed it, but I digress. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except, I've never met anyone who has served there. It's like no one else ever comes back. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for great causes, serving a navigator house and therefore all of the Imperium. It's a high honor, one that few could bear. Only now does Jasper notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods nervously. There is something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets I should be aware of? Jasper looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Rykad Minorius, esteemed Devane Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Rykad Filia, Lord Devane headed there personally. And the rebellion started down there, here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing it there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a boxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, so don't try to land, but I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me and I was running away. I tripped and broke the caster. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of the Boychin clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always a danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. Well, you shouldn't worry. For your Raquel is safe. I met her on Rykad Filia. Really? That's marvelous. May the Emperor protect you for 1,000 years, and then 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you. Who is Devane Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable scion of the blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, the master of the Rykad system. The behest of his illustrious father, grandfather, or uncle. Well, his illustrious relative, Lord Devane, took up residence on Rykad Minorius. You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Devane is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. And why do you think he sent him there? I think he's been exiled. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Well, obviously. I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. Really won't? Well then, if you ask me, then things are pretty rotten. His words come flying out at a rate of stubber fire. Those rebels are strange. Would have easily quelled the normal riots. We're not some commoners. We're Rykardians, the naval elite of House Winterscale, but those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage. But it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she's the real danger. Minora scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? Well, let's see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they have not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now, that the Lord Captain is involved. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on the planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? I have, but I don't know where he is. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. I have no questions. It was my pleasure to be of service to you. It's been nice to chat to someone. He glances wearily at the bodies of a nearest blind lunatic. I must take my leave. You're right. We shouldn't stay here or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you.
Let us walk this path.
Alrighty.
To the end.
A nice little addition, to say the least. I'm just gonna see if there's anything left around here. I don't think there would be, but it never hurts to check. so far, there doesn't appear to be anything. I am tempted to just keep going, but at the same time, I should probably wrap it up.
I forge my destiny.
So here's what we're going to do. We are going to wrap it up here for today. Next stream, we're going to keep going into hopefully getting into the streets of the capital. Hopefully, we'll increase our dogmatic rank as we go along, but I digress. We will handle that as we go. But I digress. I'm going to wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream all the same. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.